and this one coming from the International Space Station and the Quest airlock. Currently, both crew members and Satoshi Furukawa, along with Andy Mogensen, are in the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock, continuing their in-suit light, or they've just completed their in-suit light exercise and pre-breathe protocols and are now stepping through in preparation for moving into the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock behind Mogensen. We were discussing the tasks slated for today. The crew members will replace one of 12 trundle bearing assemblies on the Solar Alpha rotary joint. These bearings enable the station's solar arrays to rotate properly and track the sun as the station orbits the Earth. So when looking at the space station, the antenna is on the starboard or right side of the truss, and the rotary joint is on the port or the left side. Before we get started today, let's get a different perspective of the spacewalk. So we'll take a look at the animation detailing the events narrated by Spacewalk Officer Sandy Fletcher.
This is the second radio frequency group retrieval EVA. EV1 and EV2 egress the airlock and proceed to the forward face of the truss. Heading port, the crew put down safety tether green hooks and continue outboard of the solar array rotating joint. EV1 goes to the 2 alpha beta gimbal assembly and secures a crew lock bag of tools. Using the pistol grip tool, EV1 releases 4 bolts on the H fixture and then removes it. EV1 then surveys the worksite. Meanwhile, EV2 goes to the solar array rotating joint and removes a cover, exposing a trundle bearing assembly. After disconnecting an electrical cable, EV2 uses the pistol grip tool to release 3 bolts and remove the trundle bearing assembly. EV2 photographs the surface, then applies lubricant to the rotating ring using a grease gun. Back at the beta gimbal assembly, EV1 continues a photo and video survey of the sites where an ISS rollout solar array modification kit will be installed on a future EVA. EV1 returns inboard to the camera port 8 worksite to adjust a cable interfering with movement of the camera light assembly. After lubricating the surface, EV2 installs a new trundle bearing assembly. EV2 then certifies the worksite. EV2 surveys the worksite before replacing the cover. From camera port 8, EV1 translates inboard, down strut, and temp stows the crew lock bag on the U.S. laboratory. EV1 goes to the airlock, retrieves a different crew lock bag, and takes it to the external stowage platform number 2. EV1 retrieves a portable foot restraint and installs it on the robotic arm. Then EV1 ingresses the foot restraint and the robotic arm flies to the radio frequency group aft position. EV2 returns along the truss back to the airlock, stowing the large bag outside the airlock, and joins EV1 on the stowage platform. The crew work together to fold back the multi-layer insulation surrounding the radio frequency group. At the aft wedge clamps, the crew remove any rubber covering the clamp nuts using needle nose pliers. Then, using a ratchet wrench and a specially designed tool, they loosen the 5 aft wedge clamps. EV1 is then flown to the forward face of the radio frequency group, releases 4 structural bolts, then removes it from the stanchion. EV1 then flies it to the airlock, where both crew secure it inside. Back at the stowage platform, EV1 egresses the arm, removes the foot restraint, and retrieves the earlier temporarily stowed tool bag. EV2 secures the covering over the stanchion. Then both crew return to the airlock and ingress.
As you can see, it's going to be quite a busy day for our crew members, Moghbeli and O'Hara. Taking a look at these team members today, you'll be able to track them while outside the space station by taking a look at one difference on their suits. Today, Jasmin Moghbeli will be EV1, wearing red stripes around the legs of her suit. You can't see her right now as they are preparing to don the SAFER, or the Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue. There she is. You can see that red stripe also on the top of her suit. Meanwhile, Loral O'Hara will be EV2, or Spacewalker number 2, and she's wearing an unmarked suit, so no stripes around the legs or top of her suit. As mentioned, the team members inside the Quest airlock right now that are not suited, that's Andy Moghbeli on the left of the European Space Agency and Satoshi Furukawa on the right of JAXA, the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency. And they are helping Moghbeli don her SAFER. This is the Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue. It's a compressed, nitrogen-powered backpack of sorts. This would allow a crew member to maneuver independently of the space station. It's primarily intended if a spacewalker became detached from the space station and needed to move back. However, crew members remain tethered at all times, and this is a precautionary measure. Today is the fourth all-female spacewalk, the first three being completed by NASA astronauts Christina Cook and Jessica Meir, and the first of those taking place 4 years ago on October 18th, 2019. We are running ahead of schedule today. The crew members are about 20 minutes ahead of the timeline. They were intended to start the spacewalk at 7:05 a.m. Central Time. However, we may see that come a little bit early as they continue to step through all of their procedures with help from teams on the ground. So far, most of the action this morning has been taking place in the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock. There are two portions, and in this equipment lock side is where crew members don their suits or put them on. They also conduct the pre-breathe procedures and, of course, as you see now, attach the safer. Once the safer is attached on both crew members, they will move into the crew lock portion. That's the outermost part of the Quest airlock. That's where we'll do final communication and suit systems checks with the ground, and then the spacewalkers will change their suits to internal battery power and start the timer for the spacewalk. Earlier this morning, O'Hara and Moghbeli were conducting the pre-breathing exercise. This consists of two phases. In the first, the crew breathes 100% oxygen through a mask to begin purging the nitrogen from their bodies. In the second phase, the crew gets in their spacesuits and conducts something called the in-suit light exercise. That's also known as IL. This is where they move their arms and legs very slightly just to raise their metabolic rate and speed up getting rid of that excess nitrogen. These two crew members have been preparing for this spacewalk since prior to their flight to the International Space Station. O'Hara and Moghbeli were able to practice this spacewalk in the Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory here in Houston, Texas. The Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory is a 40 million gallon pool, allowing crew members to put on suits, get into the water, and become neutrally buoyant, where they can practice different spacewalk tasks on a mock-up of the space station. Since arrival to the International Space Station, they've also been able to review their procedures, talk with teams on the ground, and they've needed to refit their suits in space in case there has been any spinal elongation or fluid shifting that's occurred since they've arrived. Teams in Mission Control Houston are conducting their handover from the Orbit 1 shift to the Orbit 2, who will lead the spacewalkers through today's procedures. The International Space Station itself is currently flying 265 statute miles over Australia. It's entering an orbital nighttime, and once our crew members get outside today, you'll see a handful of sunrises and sunsets as the space station sees 16 each day. Furukawa and Mogensen are moving Jasmin Moghbeli into the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock and out of the equipment lock portion. Her safer donning is complete. Meanwhile, they will begin that process on NASA's Loral O'Hara. You can see her again. She's EV2 numbered today. She is wearing white stripes around the legs of her suit. In comparison to Jasmin Moghbeli wearing the red stripes on the outside of her suit, so you'll be able to keep up with who is who once they're outside the space station. It's now Laurel O'Hara's turn to be assisted with her SAFER, the Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue. Again, Moghbeli has already moved into the crew lock portion, and we were tracking the spacewalk to start at 7:05 a.m. Central Time. That may occur a little bit earlier now as the crew continues to step through their procedures expeditiously. A reminder again of some of the tasks that the crew members will be working on today. Moghbeli and O'Hara will exit the Quest airlock to remove an electronics box called the radio frequency group from a communications antenna on the station. This radio frequency group, or RFG as you might hear it called, is from a unit installed in 2021. And it was previously swapped out, the entire unit, by Tom Marshburn and Kayla Barron on US EVA 78. They left the part of the degraded unit on the truss, and earlier this year, Steve Bowen and Sultan Onayati got part of the unit removed, but not this radio frequency group. They ran into some trouble, so teams here on the ground have been troubleshooting next steps on how to best remove this portion of hardware. They've also developed a special new tool that'll be used today, a type of wrench that will help them secure the radio frequency, or secure the station on which the radio frequency group is placed, and remove the radio frequency group altogether. Additionally, these astronauts will work to remove an H fixture. This is to help install a new International Space Station rollout solar array known as an IROSA in the future. We have installed a handful of these over the last several years. These H fixtures were not initially designed to be removed during spacewalks, but we have done so previously. And Laurel O'Hara will take some time to work on a trundle bearing assembly. She will remove the trundle bearing assembly that's part of a solar array rotary joint, also known as a SARG. These trundle bearing assemblies help facilitate the rotation of the solar arrays, and this one specifically is sticky, worn out, and the lube applied over time has worn down, so instead of just servicing it, it's being replaced entirely. As suit prep continues for today's spacewalk, let's learn a little bit more about the suits themselves. These are known as EMUs, or extravehicular mobility units. They're essentially an individual human-sized spacecraft. They each contain their own portable life support system. There are a lot of options when it comes to these suit sizes. Each space station suit has 3 sizes of upper torso, 8 sizes of adjustable elbows, over 65 sizes of gloves, 2 sizes of adjustable waists, 5 of adjustable knees, and a lot of padding options for almost every part of the body to make it fit as desired. When working with a suit sizing engineer on the ground, they take over 80 different body measurements that are plugged in to determine a start size for each modular component of the extravehicular mobility unit. These extravehicular mobility units, or the spacesuits that you see today, have 6 layers and provide atmospheric containment, thermal insulation, cooling, solar radiation protection, and micrometeoroid or orbital debris protection. So, of course, we mentioned the space station orbits the Earth about 16 times a day. So there are points throughout the spacewalk we will see today when the astronauts are in direct light from the sun. There are other times when they are in complete darkness. So these cooling and thermal units in the suit help regulate their temperature as their environment fluctuates from one extreme to another. It looks like Furukawa and Mogensen are conducting some final checks after attaching the safer to Laurel O'Hara's suit. They will start moving her into the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock. Once we get closer to the start time of the spacewalk, they will close the hatch between the crew lock and the equipment lock portion and begin bringing the crew lock portion of Quest down to a vacuum. Today's spacewalk is being monitored and led by teams here in Mission Control Houston at Johnson Space Center, where the flight director is Elias Mirmo, joined by Capcom William Vu. Spacewalks call for an additional Capcom of sorts known as the ground IV, who will be relaying procedures to O'Hara and Moghbeli throughout their spacewalk. So serving as today's ground IV is an accomplished spacewalker herself, NASA astronaut Anne McLean. Looks like she stepped off console just before we get into the procedures where the crew will begin the depressurization of the Quest airlock. The lead spacewalk officer today is Sandy Fletcher. And today's spacewalk task is Miranda Nelson. Again, this is the Orbit 2 team in Mission Control Houston. This room is monitored 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, as astronauts live and work aboard the International Space Station.
Station on one from airlock. Go ahead, Andy. We're in step 69. We're ready to close the hatch. Go into the crew lock.
All right, Andy, we concur. Step 69.
Again, both O'Hara and Moghbeli are in the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock. They've just received the go to close the hatch between the crew and equipment lock. They'll then start the depressurization process of the crew lock side bringing it down to a vacuum so that the astronauts can open the hatch and start their spacewalk. U.S. spacewalks officially begin when the spacewalkers switch their suits to internal battery power. What you see here are 4 of the 7 crew members currently living aboard the International Space Station. Also aboard are Sergei Prokopyev, As I was mentioning, there are 7 people currently living aboard the International Space Station, 3 who arrived on Soyuz MS-24, one being Laurel O'Hara on today's spacewalk, as well as Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub, who are beginning a 1-year mission on the International Space Station. Additionally, the crew who arrived on Crew 7 includes Jasmin Moghbeli, who is also today's EV-1 lead spacewalker, Andreas Mogensen and of ESA and JAXA's Satoshi Furukawa, as well as Roscosmos cosmonaut Konstantin Borisov. Along with Moghbeli and O'Hara in the airlock are some of the tools and spare parts they'll be using throughout the day. Looks like ESA's Andy Mogensen is now closing the hatch between the crew and equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock. Now that the hatch is closed, the crew will start stepping through their depressurization procedures. They'll be bringing the airlock pressure down to less than 0.5 pounds per square inch, as close to vacuum as possible in preparation for opening the hatch and exposing themselves to the vacuum of space.
Houston Station on 1 from airlock.
Go ahead, Andy.
Step 76 and 77 are complete.
Copy, Andy. 78 has been complete by ground, 79 in work by ground.
Copy.
EV crew, Houston, good morning, Jaws and Laurel. Just a heads up, we're working on getting you a hot mic. We're not quite there yet, though.
Once the crew members are hot mic'd, we'll hear a lot more chatter between them and teams here on the ground, specifically ground IV, NASA astronaut Ann McLean, who will be relaying the procedures from the ground to the crew members and working with them on any troubleshooting.
No.
EV crew, Houston, you are now hot mic.
But thanks for configuring it. Copy, hot mic. I guess we should say good morning. Yeah. Houston Station on 1 from airlock.
Go ahead, Andy.
IC-81 is already done.
Copy, step 81 complete. And Andy,
as we prepare to get started with today's spacewalk, we are in a satellite handover. These are tracked as our tracking data and relay satellite systems transition from one to the next.
LED is on.
As you can hear, we do still have audio communication with the crew.
Andy, we are with you on one. We're having a hard time hearing you though.
Copy, I'll try to speak clearly. We are just waiting for your go in step 84.
All right, Andy, we can give you a go for step 84, crew lock, depress cue card.
Copy. We are moving on to the crew lock depress cue card.
Now with the hatch closed, the flight control team here in Mission Control Houston has given crew members Andy Moghbeli and Satoshi Furukawa the opportunity to begin depressurization of the crew lock portion, where O'Hara and Moghbeli are inside and preparing for the spacewalk.
Jasmin Moghbeli from the equipment lock.
I have you on clear. There's a lot of static, but I can hear you.
All right, we are ready to go on to the crew lock depress cue card. If you're ready.
Ready.
All right, Loral on the UIA, switch depress pump power to on, ON, and wait 2 seconds for complete startup.
Okay, depress pump power switch is on.
Then take the depress pump man ISO valve to open, and you can expect an alert tone.
Copy. Press pump man ISO valve is open.
Monitor suit P gauge less than 5.5. If it's more than 5.5, stop depress by closing the pump manual isolation valve.
Copy.
And depressurization of the crew lock has begun. The atmospheric pressure we're used to on Earth is about 14.7 psi.
At 6.0, you can expect an alert tone.
Copy.
And Laura, when we get to 5 psi, then you can switch the depress pump man ISO valve to closed.
Copy.
That pressure now falling.
8, and I see airlock C at 12.6. Copy, I'm showing airlock C at 12.5, and my hit gauge is right at 4.
Pressure in the crew lock portion now about 12 pounds per square inch. Again, the space station is kept with what we're used to on Earth, about 14.7 psi. Meanwhile, the suit pressure is about 4.3 pounds per square inch. That low pressure in the spacesuit allows a lot more flexibility, which is critical when flexing these gloves for about a 6.5-hour spacewalk. That 4.3 psi is close to what you'd experience if you were at about 30,000 feet elevation.
hear the release valve. I can hear it. Copy. And it's stable right at 5. Same. On airlock T, 10.5. I see the same. And don't forget to drink a little out of your Didby while depressing. I am. I just wanted to say Didby.
Because we have limited resources on board when it comes to nitrogen and oxygen, this excess nitrogen and oxygen that's inside the crew lock portion is pumped into the rest of the space station rather than being vented overboard. Once the crew comes back from their spacewalk today, it will be repressurized with that nitrogen and oxygen that's inside the main space station area. The crew lock is now under 10 pounds per square inch of pressure, approaching 9. Once we get down to 5 pounds per square inch in the airlock, we will pause for a systems check and then resume depressurization to less than 0.5 pounds per square inch.
Go ahead.
Will I take the depressed pump and I still have to close on your call, or when I see on my DCM?
Well, when you see 5, you can take it to
Okay.
closed.
Copy. What are you showing right now, Laurel? 7.1. Got 7.2.
Yeah, and you'll get an alert tone at 6.
Copy. Copy. And I just got the alert for O2 position IV. that again? Oh, I got an alarm in O2 position ID. Yep. Same.
Depressurization continues in the crew lock. Now under 7 pounds per square inch.
Five decimal nine. Copy, I think mine's at 6, so. Showing 5.5. Showing 5.4. Copy. Five decimal 1. Copy. Decimal 0. Okay, press pump and ISO valve is closed. Copy.
The depress pump vent ISO valve is closed. Now on your DCM, you can switch your display status until leak check question mark is displayed. And then press along yes. 2 seconds.
Copy. Please.
And once you have a selected yes, long 2-second hold, then follow the displayed instructions and we'll do a leak check.
Copy. Okay. Okay, I've got leak check complete, and I'm setting my O2 actuator to UEA. Okay, I see the same.
Copy. 2 good leak checks. When we're done, check it. Your O2 actuator is in EVA.
by and work. Yep.
As you heard, the crew lock depressurization continues.
And actuator and EVA.
That depressurization holds at about 5 pounds per square inch. Again, we heard 2 good suit leak checks. Shortly, we'll hear the depressurization resume, again, bringing it as close to a vacuum as possible.
Okay, O2 actuator EVA for EV1.
Copy. O2 actuator EVA for both EV1 and EV2. So Laurel, you can take the depress pump man ISO valve to open, and you'll expect an alert zone.
Copy. Depress pump man ISO valve is open.
Copy. I will open the emergency MPEV out here, and then monitor your suit P gauge is less than 5.5. If it's more than 5.5, we'll stop depress by closing the man ISO valve, and let me know as well so I can close the emergency MPEV.
Copy.
Depressurization has resumed, now falling below that 5 pounds per square inch mark.
When the crew lock is at 2 psi, then you can close the depress pump man ISO valve.
Copy.
The crew lock is now under 3 pounds per square inch. Again, bringing that down to a vacuum. Everything continues to go smoothly this morning for NASA astronauts Laurel O'Hara and Jasmin Moghbeli as they prepare for their first spacewalk.
Go to 2.4. Oops, I see 2.3. Lock T 2.0. Copy. Press pump man ISO valve is closed.
Copy, Laurel. Depress pump man ISO valve is closed. Now you can switch depress pump power to off, OFF.
Pump power is off.
Copy. Now you can report your initial tether configuration to ground IV.
Okay, Laurel, I can get your waist tether. It's, let's see, which one is it? That's the extra. Okay, this one. Okay, I've got it. J-close hook lock, black on the airlock D-ring extender. Okay, and I've got a small hook on my right waist, on my right D-ring extender, gate close lock, black on black. I have my safety tether hook, gate close, black, locked, black on black, going to my red reel. Copy. And I want it up here. Red reel is unlocked. The large hook of my red reel is going to my green reel. The close lock, black on black. Okay. The small hook of the green reel is on the red reel. The close lock, black on black. Okay, and I can get it from there. I see your anchor hook. The close hook lock, black on black. My waist tether. A close hook lock, black on black. That waist tether goes to my right D-ring extender, and that is gate close hook lock, black on black. Okay, and from my left side, let me get my safety tether. Okay, so my red hook is on my left D-ring extender. 8 close hook lock, black on black. My red reel is unlocked. The green hook is attached. It is unlocked as well. My yellow hook is going to my green reel. That is gate close hook lock, black on black. The green reel is unlocked. And I have the anchor hook on my mini workstation. That should be it. You can also call my waist tether if you'd like. On the left side, goes to my left D-ring extender, gate close hook lock, black on black. And, yep, that's it.
EV crew, Houston, good, tether config.
Copy.
Jaws and Laurel, just for awareness, we're now waiting for the crew lock to depress completely. We'll let you know when the pressure is less than half a PSI.
Copy. Oh, I might need to come port a bit. Okay. Nader or Zenith? I can stay up here, I think. Yeah, now I have access to the latch. That should be good.
As you heard, O'Hara and Moghbeli are stepping through some checks of their suits and tethers. Again, Depressurization of the crew lock continues, now at about 1.4 psi, or pounds per square inch. Again, we want to bring that down to as close to a vacuum as possible in preparation for hatch opening. And this view of the two team members who helped them suit up today. Closest to the camera is JAXA, or Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Satoshi Furukawa. And down in the center of the equipment lock portion of the Quest airlock is Commander ESA astronaut Andy Moghbeli. Moghbeli is also prime for maneuvering the Canadarm2 today, which Moghbeli will use later in the spacewalk. Pressurization in the crew lock continues to decrease, now about 1 pound per square inch. The rate is as planned. It gets a little bit slower as we get closer to vacuum. Pressure in the crew lock now under 1 pound per square inch. Again, we're working to bring that down to less than 0.5 pounds per square inch ahead of opening the airlock. And a reminder, our spacewalkers today, EV1, the lead spacewalker, is NASA astronaut Jasmin Moghbeli. She'll have red stripes around her spacesuit. And Laurel O'Hara is EV2, who will have white stripes, or essentially an unmarked suit. It's the first spacewalk for both crew members.
And my TCM is blank. And for DB2.
Almost there, Jaws and Laurel.
Copy. The hatch shows about 0.6.
Depressurization continues. We are now getting close to the mark of 0.5 pounds per square inch.
EV Crew Houston, just giving you a heads up on an expected message. In about a minute from now, you should see a suit E high message, no action for you. You could pro through the message.
Copy. Copy.
Houston station on, or from airlock on Spacewalk 1, we show on the PCS crew lock pressure less than 26 millimeters of mercury.
Hey, Andy, we copy and concur.
I'm showing .4 on the gauge.
Excellent. With those two things, Jaws, you are go to open and stow the EV hatch.
Copy. In work.
Now that depressurization is complete, the crew has a go to open the hatch. Again, right on the timeline today. They were anticipated to start this spacewalk around 7:05 a.m. Central Time. This live view coming from outside the International Space Station, looking directly at the Quest airlock. The airlock itself is close to the top right of this structure. We won't see the airlock hatch itself open as that opens inwards. However, you will see the thermal cover open that protects the airlock hatch underneath. And as a reminder, U.S. spacewalks officially begin when the crew receives a go to transition their suits to internal battery power. Another tracking data and relay satellite system handover as we prepare to start today's spacewalk.
Okay, I got same. Okay, hatch is open and on the hatch keep.
Copy. And the emergency MPEV is closed. So at this point, I wish you a good EVA, and I'll hand you all over to ground IV for post-depress.
Thanks, Andy. Copy. Thanks, Andy. Be on the backside.
Good morning, Jasmin Moghbeli. How do you hear?
TV1 has you loud and clear. Good morning. 2 has you loud and clear. Good morning, Ann.
Excellent. Let's get this thing going. On your DCM, you can switch your powers to BAT, stagger your switch throws, and expect the warning tone.
Okay, EV back. Switch job. I'm good. Good. YouTube powers that, and I have the super high message again. That's good.
Okay, we copy that message, Laurel. You can switch your display to Pro to verify functional display.
P1 functional display. EV2 functional display.
Copy, Laurel. On the UIA, switch power EV1 and 2 to off OFF and check that all 4 LEDs are off OFF.
Copy. Power to EV1 and power to EV2 are both off. All LEDs are off. And I got the H2O is off message expected.
All right, we copy. For both, you can disconnect your SCUs from your DCM, install your DCM cover, and stow the SCU in the pouches. When you install those in the pouches, please make sure they're securely in the pouches and that Velcro is closed. We don't want them flying out.
Copy. Copy.
Communications here on the ground has now been handed over to NASA astronaut Ann McClain to work with our spacewalkers. The spacewalk today beginning right on time at 7:05 a.m. Central.
And is it normal for mine just sprayed up some water that then froze on my helmet bubble? EV1.
Okay, for Jazz, your Vox is kind of coming in and out. Can you clarify that last call?
Yeah, I was just saying when I disconnected it, I don't know if this is expected or not, but sprayed out some water that froze and sprayed on my helmet bubble. No issue.
Okay, and we understand that that was from the SCU.
DCM, SCU is stowed in the pouch at apron. And for EV1, SCU is stowed in the pouch and DCM cover is installed.
Okay, we understand both SCUs are stowed in the pouches. And Jaws, can you just confirm that those water droplets were from the SCU?
Stay firm, they were from the SCU.
Okay, copy. For Laurel, check that the depress pump man ISO valve is closed.
Press pump man ISO valve is closed.
Copy. For both of you, take your temperature control valve to max hot, which is lowest numbers.
TV1, TV is max hot. TV2, TCD is max hot.
Copy. For both crew, you can switch your water to on, ON.
TV1, water switch on. TV2, water switch on.
Copy for both. Check that your DCM is blank and your byte is off OFF.
TV1 blank and byte off. TV2 blank and byte off.
At this time, you can set your temperature control valves as desired, and please report to us the number that you are going to start with. And just a reminder that anytime you change it, please give us a call and let us know.
Copy. EV1, ECV set to 4. And EV2, TCV set to 4.
Copy. We have both suits at 4. Report your suit P gauge.
EV1, suit P gauge 4.2. EV2, suit P gauge 4.4.
Copy. We have good numbers, and stand by while I check the last 2 steps.
All right, doing one last check of my config.
You heard some comms from NASA astronaut Jasmin Moghbeli.
At the end of the depress cue card. At this time, Jas, you are going to open the thermal cover. You're going to release the hook from the D-ring and attach it to that tether point and cinch the strap until snug, verifying 6 lines visible.
Copy and work.
Moghbeli noticed some droplets coming from her service and cooling umbilical, known as the SCU. Again, the team here on the ground confirmed that was no issue. They've made it through the rest of their checklist.
3, 4, 5, 6 lines visible. Thermal cover is coming open. Wow.
We copy the 6 lines visible, and you're about 13 minutes to a sunset, so you're coming out during day, which is probably painfully obvious to you. And you are go to egress the airlock, and Jas, your first step is going to be to attach your anchor hook to the aft external D-ring.
Copy. Good work. So, will we get sun visors down here? I have mine up and it's fine right now. Okay.
Yeah, you're only about 12 minutes from a sunset, so it is going to get a little dusky. For Loral, as Jas works the tethers, your first step is going to be to hand out crew lock bag T, Papa, and a reminder that in this initial, as we hand out these initial bags, the large smalls are going to stay in the airlock.
Copy. Okay, my safety tether is on the aft D-ring extender, gate closed, hook lock, black on black.
Copy. Your anchor is on the aft external D-ring. You can attach Loral's anchor, EV2's anchor, to the forward external D-ring.
Good work.
NASA astronaut Jasmin Moghbeli is the first out of the hatch this morning. Again, she is EV1 today. You can tell because she's got red stripes around the legs of her spacesuit. Meanwhile, EV2 Laurel O'Hara will have no stripes on her spacesuit.
Okay, Laurel, yours is attached to the forward D-ring, gate closed, hook lock, black on black.
Copy. So Jas can give Laurel the go to release your waist tether from the airlock D-ring extender whenever you'd like, and we'll work on getting crew lock bag T out to Jas and on your BRT.
I will leave it on there for now. And Jas, I'm ready to crew lock bag T, whenever you are. Okay, if you can, the handle towards me. Okay, my BRT red is on there. Okay, bring it back in a little bit. Okay, the airlock red is off. Copy. And I'm putting that red on the airlock D-ring extender. Okay, that is on my BRT.
Okay, we copy, Jazz, that that's on your BRT.
And while you're working on that, I'm going to take and just getting it in a good position. All right, and I'm going to take my waist tether hook and just clear a quick wrap on with my safety tether. Just taking it off, and I'm back on the airlock D-ring extender. Tethers are clear. Copy.
And Laurel, the next thing will be to pass the large ORU bag out to Jazz, and that large small will also be stowed on the airlock D-ring extender.
Copy. By Laurel. Okay, your tether is clear of mine. Oh, sorry. Okay, Laurel, I have it. Okay. And, but I do not have a ret yet. Copy. Just a reminder, if you could not ret to the handrail, or ret to one of those D-rings if you can. Copy.
We are about 30 seconds from a handover, so we'll just work to get the ORU bag out, and then when ready, Laurel can egress.
Copy. Copy. Josh, if it's easier, you could use that large hook to put it back on your mini workstation. No.
As expected, we are in another satellite handover. We expect to regain communications with the astronauts very shortly. The spacewalk began on time this morning, right at 7:05 a.m. Central Time. The hatches have been opened. NASA astronaut Jasmin Moghbeli is outside the hatch.
Copy. Let me just clear this tag. Copy. Okay, I am clear of you, Laurel. All right. Q2 is egressing. You look good. Stopping to pick up my waist tether hook. Copy. At that on my mini workstation. Copy. You look good. I can't see your left side as well, but your right side is clear. You keep it in the middle. I think there might be. I was on your C other. Oh, okay. Moment.
Coming up shortly, both crew members will turn on their helmet cameras. These will give us a view from their perspective throughout the day.
Okay. Q2 is egress. Okay, and as you're coming out, I see your 3 tabs up and your left paper handle down. Copy. My waist tether on the That's your handrail. Copy. All right. Let me know when you're ready for the bags.
And we did copy those buddy checks, and we see you both out of the airlock. Welcome to space.
Thanks, man. Pretty incredible. Blowing my mind. I can see our dragon. Okay. Working on the BRT. Okay. And let me pass the handrail side to you.
That's NASA astronaut Laurel O'Hara at the top of the screen, and the International Space Station now flying 267 statute miles over the Indian Ocean, coming up on the southwest coast of Australia.
Okay. Let me know when you're good for me to release. What? Come a little closer. Hey, I've got my BRT ret on. Okay. Got my... Okay. I've got the bag when you're ready. Okay. I've got my BRT cells on the TBA bag. Copy. Might take me a second to get it here. Yeah, take your time. You know, if you need any help.
And Jaws, if you're not actively assisting, you can turn on your HECA.
Copy. HECA is on. I see a green LED.
Copy.
Close to me. Oh, that's looking pretty good. Okay. Yeah, it's like right along your leg. I think that's really good. Okay. That's like that. I think that's about as good as you're going to get. It looks really good. Okay.
Yeah, we concur, and when we do translation adaptation, if you need to reposition it, we can definitely take the time to do that. So, Laurel, if you could turn on your HECA.
And I don't remember which paper handle I called for you before, Laurel, but now I see your right one. So let's get our lights on. Our lights are coming on. Yeah, I've got mine on. Okay. And I see 2 green LEDs for you. And, okay, so I already got the 3 tabs. Your right saber handle's down. Your left, yep, lights are good. And if you can rotate so I can see your left side. I can't quite see it. Yeah, it is. Can we give it a little bump just to make sure it's fully down? We're a little further off, right there. Sit down. That's down. Yeah, I think so. Again, if you can rotate a tiny bit, just y'all. Yeah, it's down. Okay.
All right, this Good Buddy checks on Laurel, and we'll take Jaws.
All right, I got 4 lights on. The good green echo lights. Copy. Here. Got 1 tab up on your left side. Let me see your BRT tab. Right in front of me. Okay, I see your BRT tab up. Your handle on the left is down. Right side. And right side, I have 1 more tab up, so that's 3 tabs up. And the PTT is blocking your other saber handle right now. Further forward. Yeah. And I see that handle down. They're both the saber handles down. Okay, let's take a good look at our tools and tethers. Yeah. You turn around here.
Good call. Yeah, we'll double check all those tools, tethers, and a good config and a baseline HAP for both.
Okay, my HAP is dry. HAP is dry. I see my safety tether, yours totally be conflicted from each other. Yep, I see my safety tethers with a good config. Okay. Look. This bag looks good. It looks good. It is flopping, but that's mine. I think we'll just have to tend to it quite a bit. Yeah. But the position looks good there. Okay. Okay, get tools and tethers.
Copy, and a baseline HAP for both of you.
The 1 dry HAP, a 2 dry HAP.
Copy, you go to close the thermal cover, and after the thermal cover is closed, the next step will be translation adaptation, and we can take our time as long as you need there.
Copy. Copy.
The crew members are closing the thermal cover. Again, this is not the airlock hatch that opens inside.
Copy, we see the thermal cover closed. At this time, if you'd like, we can perform translation adaptation in place, recommending, just like we do in the NBL, some rotation, pitch yaws and rolls, various hand grips, and attaching your local tether and releasing hands. So you can take your time with that and just let us know when you're ready to proceed. Probably the best way out you've ever had.
We heard some communications between O'Hara and Moghbeli as they were checking each other, their tethers, their tools, making sure their helmet cameras were on, which we'll start getting views of shortly. Additionally, they performed a HAP check, that stands for Helmet Absorption Pad, just to make sure there's no excess fluid in the suit. You'll hear that periodically throughout the day, as well as a glove check to make sure that their gloves are in good condition as they maneuver around the space station. Again, this is the first spacewalk for Moghbeli and O'Hara, so they are performing some translation adaptation, getting used to this zero-G environment where they're outside the space station. We also saw some lighting change because we are now in an orbital nighttime. We will see a sunrise or a sunset approximately every 45 minutes, and the crew members also turned on the helmet lights. That way they can more easily see as they maneuver outside the space station.
So, I said, all right. You good? I'm good. I'm good.
All right, we're all good then. So we can begin our translation. Reminder that Laurel, you're going to lead out to the Green Hook location, and Jaws, you're going to head up to the starboard airlock toolbox. And just a reminder about MMOD strikes on phase 1, so we don't want to slide gloves on the back of the handrails. And avoid inadvertent contact with the tusk cables on the Zenith and Nadir CETA rails. And then we're going to avoid translation on that bent-over brake handle on the starboard CETA cart.
Copy. Okay, EV2, I'm looking at my base tether and starting translation. Copy, I'll be behind you, I'll watch your tether. Okay. My big bag. Yeah. I'm watching it. I'm on the feeder rail. I see you. I'm coming over your tether. I'm clear. My tethers are clear. Confirm, you look good.
And Jaws, you're heading to that starboard airlock toolbox and opening up the Zenith door.
Copy, I'm on the starboard one and Zenith door in work.
And Laurel, as you head out to the Green Hook location, mile marker 9180 is what you're looking for below the FHRC, and reminder not to fare lead before you get there.
Okay, I'm up on the feeder rail. Copy, Laurel. Okay, and that door is open.
Copy. You can attach an AET to the bolt puller, and then you'll be releasing those locking tabs to retrieve it.
Copy. And I see my safety tether is hung up on some MLI. That is just part of the seat for, it looks like. Copy, Laurel. Let me know if you need any help. I am swinging full puller, so I'll be up there momentarily.
Can we copy that, Laurel?
Well, it's down. Okay. It's kind of down towards at the bottom. I didn't translate past that, so let's see if I can go back and clear that. Just translating backwards.
Okay, we copy, Laurel. And for Jaws, we see you got the toolbox door closed, and we're going to be stowing that bolt puller on the toolbox as you are doing.
It's stowed.
And then you'll be following Laurel.
And I've released my wrench from it. Okay, copy. It'll work. Okay, I see my tether clear. I'm headed back outboard. Bag is zooming behind me. I feel better.
And Jaws, can you give us a confirmation that the door latch is closed?
Both door latches are closed.
Thank you much. And for both of you, in nighttime, just a reminder that your helmet lights have the 3 settings: off, spotlight, and floodlight. So if you're not getting the light that you want, you can twist those helmet lights or try hitting the button to get a different amount of light.
Copy. Copy. Okay, I see Laurel's tether. Okay. Trying to come up. Okay, I'm clear of your tether. I'm coming up to see the spur. Okay, I can see my tether too. Copy. I'm under the MT on the other side. Copy to rail, headed outboard. I'm coming up on the starboard cedar rail here in a moment. How's the MT today? I say easier than NBL. Nice. Yeah. Good news. Yeah. Problem.
Loral O'Hara and Jasmin Moghbeli have begun their translation out to their first work sites of the day. They will be split up on these first tasks. Moghbeli is heading out to work on the H fixture.
I'm at mile marker 8760. TVA bag is off to my left. Copy. I'm coming up on the port CETA cart.
As Moghbeli works on the 2AH fixture, O'Hara will be working on the trundle bearing assembly removal and replacement.
I'm at the FHRC. Copy.
All right, Laurel.
And this is where we're dropping our green hooks.
That's right. The handrail that your right hand is on is 3652. That's Jaws. Hook location, and 3651 is just to your right. It's the Nader Zenith one that you have in your right hand, and you can put your green hook there.
Okay, I'm past the port CETA cart. Copy. Okay, I have my end effector on. End effector is on my green rail, and I'm moving my green hook over to structure. Up below, and I'm coming up on your left. Oh, is my foot caught on your tether at all? Whenever you get a chance, it's more of okay. Right, I've got my green hook on the Venus side of 3651. My large red hook is locked, still locked on the green reel. There we go. I'm stuck from your tether.
And we copy, Laurel. Good checks.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready, you can continue translation outboard to the port Sarge.
Am I on it again? My foot? Your right foot is touching it, but you're otherwise clear. Okay, copy. I'm gonna come up again. Yep, I'm gonna hold here. Okay. And how's my bag look? Your bag, stand by. Your bag looks really good. I'm right along your side. Okay. Heading outboard. Copy.
All right, and Laurel.
Okay, and I'm at.
Yep, Jazz, we got you at the Green Hook location. 3652 is your handrail, that little guy right above Laurel. And for Laurel, as you translate outboard, make sure your gauntlets are in place. That phase one handrail that you're on is going to end at about mile marker 10320, and that kind of leads you right into your work site.
And at 10050. Copy. I'm at 10350.
All right, we see you at the work site, Laurel.
My gauntlets are in place.
Copy. Your first task is going to be to stow that large ORU bag. As you remember, we kind of recommend cover one. So just to orient you, right in front of you is cover 2 with TBA 7. That's the one you'll be accessing. You've got that 2.5-foot reach that you asked about over to your right side, to the outboard side, and that's where you'll find the short handrail 3864, the long handrail 3865. So you can get oriented, recommended feet outboard, but if you see something else that you prefer, let us know. And you can get that large ORU bag stowed on top of cover 1. There is the tether point on cover 1, and we recommend the zenith side of 3865.
Laurel O'Hara has arrived at her work site and has been given the green light to retrieve an ORU bag, that stands for Orbital Replacement Unit. She'll be working on the port side of the station on a trundle bearing assembly. Again, this is one of 13 trundle bearing assemblies for each solar array rotary joint and may help facilitate the rotation of the solar arrays.
Get this bag stowed, and then my plan is to put a fairlead in.
Yep, and a reminder, Laura, you do have the setup steps and a diagram of that work site in your cuff pages 1 and 2 if you need it.
Okay. Okay, my green hook is on handrail 3652.
Okay, we copy a green handle on 3652. So you're also going to be heading outboard. You're going to head zenith when you get to mile marker 9540. That'll be the stanchion on face 1 with a label of 16 on it, and you'll head up to the zenith side.
Copy. I'm just going to make sure I'm conflicted here from Laurel's tether. I gets wrapped around it right now.
Copy, and I'll try to point out the get-ahead site as you go by them. The first one that you're passing by is that FHRC right there.
Say again?
Yeah, just letting you know that that FHRC that you're at where you dropped your green hooks is one of the get-ahead sites. Should we come back to it?
Yes, for the straps. Copy.
Jasmin Moghbeli continues toward her work site. We have a view from her helmet camera on the left, and Laurel O'Hara, who has arrived at her first work site today, on the right.
Okay, I'm continuing outboard. Copy.
All right, we copy, and you'll be taking a left turn at 9540 mile marker.
9540. I've got one of the large small adjustables down on the stanchion of 3865, or on 3865.
Okay, we copy.
And I've got my beer.
Yep, and just have you ever you need to position that bag so that the opening is towards you on cover 2. And for jaws, I think you just put your left hand on it, but you're going for handrail 3681 for your adjustable fair lead.
Copy.
And if you want to take a look up, you'll see CP8. You will be back to this spot.
Will. I see it. And so there's a tether point, let's see, on the top of each cover, and so I'll drop this starboard, large small adjustable on the cover 1 tether point.
Okay, copy. Yep, that looks good. Yeah, and all the covers have those tether points in the same location, so basically zenith and inboard. And Jaws, as you're putting your adjustable tether fair lead down, reminder that when we come back, we're going to be temp stowing the crew lock bag, either on the handrail that you're on, or the one to your right, which is 3802, or the one right above you, so you can kind of recon that area.
Copy. I've got the bag tied down in 2 spaces.
All right, copy, Laurel. So you're going to open that large ORU bag whenever you're in a good position and position the TBA bag bundle near the opening. And at any point for some stability, if you put your feet outboard, we think that 3865 or 3864 are good BRT locations.
Copy. That is my plan.
And Laurel, as you scout out your best body position, just a reminder, you want to be able to reach back and forth into the bag, and you want to verify reach to all 6 of the bolts on that cover, and you'll want access to your small trash bag as well.
As both crew members get set up at their work sites, we heard a call from ground IV Ann McLean, also a NASA astronaut, up to NASA's Laurel O'Hara, who is at her work site where she will be removing a trundle bearing assembly. The first step is to release 6 bolts from the solar array rotary joint cover.
Rich man fairlead is down.
All right, copy. You are go to translate, continue your translation outboard, checking that your gauntlets are in place, and you're going to cross over the Sarge just zenith of Laurel.
Copy. To get my BRT back to a good config first. Okay, my gauntlets are down, continuing outboard.
Copy, your gauntlets are down. When you head outboard, just before you cross the Sarge, you're going to see handrail 3866. That's how you know you're crossing at the right spot. And then when you get out to the P4, the radiator is pointed forward, and you're going to be above that, and you're going to look for the handrail path that starts at width 3 and width 7. So you're going to cross from 3866 handrail over toward width 3 and width 7.
3866 over width 3 to width 7.
Good read back.
And Laurel, I see you. Copy. So I started to get set up, but my safety tether is definitely pulling me back to the airlock, so I'm going to set up a fair lead here. Probably on the edge of 3864.
Okay, we copy, Laurel.
There's also a little bit of some structure just kind of right over cover 1 that I think the bag isn't really going to sit on top of cover 1 like we were talking about. I think it will be just flopping around there.
And you can tack that down with extra ret or cinch the straps down as needed, or reposition wherever you think you can get it so you can access it.
Okay, copy. Okay, and I'm at 5138. I'll put a poor man's in here.
Copy, 5138 for the poor man's, and as you know, you'll move nadir after that. And as you headed out, you passed by the P4-4A IEA, which is also one of the potential get-ahead sites.
Copy. For this, I'm just going to hook. I've got one end of the adjustable on handrail 3864, and I'm going to put the other on the safety tether reel.
Okay, we copy, Laurel.
Let go. All right. Okay, I have a fair lead on 5138.
Copy your fair lead. You're going to move nadir, looking for 5208.
Copy.
And 5208 might be a good spot to change your body orientation to be looking toward the mass canister, and then we'll be translating onto the mass canister.
608. Okay, copy. That fairly helps a lot.
Copy, good news, Laurel. Yeah, we were wondering how much that was going to pull.
Yeah, it kind of pulled me into the large struts for the here.
And as you get set up, this is where it's your choice. If you'd like to relocate your PGT ret from your swing arm toward the large ORU bag, just to help in temp stowing in between uses.
Okay.
Jazz, as you get to the mass canister, reminder, we want to move very slowly on the mass canister so as not to impart loads and motions, maintaining that less than 2.5 seconds per foot, no cyclic loading, and then no kind of lateral loading on the BGA. As you head toward the mass canister, that small handrail that you're going to be in between the two boxes, it looks like you're already up there. 5174 is the long handrail on the side of the mass canister, and that's where you're aiming.
Copy. I'm in position, and I'll work on stowing my bag.
Yep, we see you there. And a reminder to keep your BRT ret attached to the bag.
I always move slowly. Thank you. I did not remember that, so that was a good reminder.
And we recommend this one go to the middle stanchion.
Copy, middle stanchion.
And as long as you have your hands on the bag, you're also going to be accessing an AET from that crew lock bag to the H fixture.
Different. It is still on top where I put it. See? Okay, that bag is stowed on the middle stanchion.
Copy.
Oh, I see the sun coming up. I can see it too. I like it. I've got my sun visor down. That's a good idea. And I'm also going to adjust my TCD from 4 to 5.
Okay, we copy. That was Jaws from 4 to 5.
Okay. That was, sorry, Laurel from 4 to 5.
Copy, Laurel from 4 to 5. Thanks.
All right, I've got my bag open. I've got the TPA bag out here.
Okay, copy, and
I will move my PGT.
we copy.
Okay.
Just shy of an hour into today's spacewalk, both crew members working on their first tasks. They did note that we do have a sunrise aboard the International Space Station.
TCV is set to 5 as well.
Copy, EV1, TCV to 5.
And as they begin these tasks, the space station is flying 262 statute miles over the border from Canada just over into Montana.
For EV2, I've got a PGT now stowed to the bag. And I'm just going to get into a little bit better of a body position, and then I'll be ready for some bolts.
Okay, copy, Laurel. And I'm just going to read you the warning caution for these bolts while you get into position. Just a reminder, these are the very touchy Fairchild fasteners. So we want to align the PGT socket as best as possible and minimize side loading and apply downward pressure while we manipulate them and drive the PGT only to the turn count.
Look at that, still on top. Now, am I leaving that adjustable connected to the integral rut, to the bag?
Checking. And when we check on that, just so you know, you guys are 1 hour in. You're on or just slightly behind timeline, but catching up, and we're happy with your work sites. Limiting consumable, battery, EV2.
Okay, thanks, Ben. Okay.
And Jaws, that adjustable can go either to the handrail or back to the crew lock bag. And we're about 20 seconds from a handover, so Jazz, you'll be getting in a good position and accessing your PGT and preparing your small trash bag.
Copy.
And just before the handover started, you had a view of NASA astronaut Loral O'Hara's camera on the right side of your screen. They have both arrived at their work sites. They will also both be using a PGT. That's a pistol grip tool, sort of like a drill, specially designed for use on the outside of the International Space Station. Again, they are both working on a removal as their first task. Jasmin Moghbeli will be working to remove an H fixture in preparation for a future new solar array to be installed. And NASA astronaut Loral O'Hara.
Oh, good. Nice. Trying to get my BRT into a good position. I'm doing the exact same thing. Not as straightforward as
We do have comms with the crew members as O'Hara prepares to remove a trundle bearing assembly.
Okay, and I don't know if we're back with you, but my trash bag is ready, and I'm ready for PGT settings.
All right, copy. We are back with you on voice, still waiting on video. Just a reminder that we're going to have the Bravo 7 setting, so Bravo 7 counter 1, and a warning that the B7 torque setting may cause bolt failure. So we really want to make sure that we don't have any side loads on that H fixture or on the bolts. And then the same notes I just gave Loral, just making sure that your PGT is fully installed, and then you're applying a little bit of downward pressure and drive only to turn count.
Copy it, and I have a good cow.
Copy, good cow. So Bravo 7 counter 1. And for both of you, since we're going to be working bolt ops at the same time, when you call down turns and torques, if you wouldn't mind just clarifying who is calling.
Copy. Will do. Bravo 7 is set. Counter 1.
Copy, Jaws. So Bravo 7 counter 1.
Jaws?
Yep, for Jaws. You're going to release the H fixture bolts exactly one turn, and you can do any order.
Copy.
On the left is Jasmin Moghbeli's helmet camera. You can see the H fixture at the bottom of your screen. She's going to use the pistol grip tool to release 4 bolts.
I'm moving my PGT back to my swing arm bag. It's getting caught up with the TV bag. So I've got that complete.
Okay, we copy, Loral.
Got my PGT on.
After the 4 bolts are released on this H fixture, Moghbeli should be able to remove it with by holding a tether point.
I've got a good count. My battery is 41.3.
Okay, we copy, Loral. For Loral, your settings are Alpha 4, counter 2. And a reminder on the bolt nomenclature, it looks like you're heading toward the right one, so the farthest away from you and to the right is Alpha 1.
And I've got Alpha counter 2 set.
Alpha 4 counter 2 set. Okay, so for these ones, we're going to be doing bolts 1B and 1A. Those are the 2 next to the tether point that you're at. Exactly 8 turns.
Okay, that's 8 turns on big Alpha 1. The bolt closest to the tether point and farthest inboard.
Copy. Alpha 1, bolt 8 turns, and your go for 1B.
And it looks like it popped out.
Okay, we understand bolt popped
Starting
out.
on
That's
1B.
great news. Thanks.
Okay, and that's Alpha 2 bolt popped out.
Okay, we understand both those bolts by the tether point are popped out. That's great, so we do not need to release those more by hand. You're now going to install a RET from your mini workstation to the tether point, and we recommend installing the other hand on 3864 or another location if you recommend a different one.
Copy. Okay, from EV1, bolt 1, release to 1 turn.
Copy for Jaws, bolt 1, 1 turn.
Bolt 3, release 1 turn from Jaws.
Copy H fixture bolt 3, released 1 turn.
And EV2 has a ret to the cover.
Copy the ret to the cover, and the other end of the ret is, where's that based at?
My mini work, oh, it's still on my mini workstation, but I will move it.
Okay, yeah, sorry, 3864, or another location if you'd rather have that sended somewhere else.
Copy. EV1, bolt 2, released 1 turn.
Bolt 2, 1 turn for the H fixture.
Bolt 4, released 1 turn.
Copy bolt 4. So we have 1 turn on all of the H fixture bolts. Nicely done. A reminder for the next steps that the bolts will pop out when they're fully released. And same reminder on these Fairchild fasteners that the spring can protrude and create a sharp edge concern. And that the H fixture can kind of self-release from the GSE pad due to stored energy. So you can reset your PGT jaws to alpha 6.
I hope so.
We do too. You can reset your PGT to alpha 6.
Set to alpha 6.
Counter 1.
Alpha 6, counter 1 is set.
You are go to release the H fixture bolts jaws in any order, exactly 11 turns.
Copy, exactly 11 turns.
Jasmin Moghbeli, whose camera view you see here, you can watch her fully remove all 4 of those H fixture bolts. Meanwhile, NASA astronaut Loral O'Hara is working to...
EV2 has cover 1. Others to the nadir handrail.
Okay, we copy cover 2 is redded. So for Laurel, you can just verify that your PGT is alpha 4, counter 2. And we're going to release the surge cover bolts, the remaining 2A, 2B, 3A, and 3B. And these are the ones that are inboard right next to each other. Alphas are farthest away from you. Bravos are kind of the next ones in. You can go any order, exactly 8 turns. The bolt will pop out when it is released, but we're looking for exactly 8 turns for Laurel.
Copy, 8 turns. Any order. I've got alpha 4, counter 2. Yes.
Copy.
Okay, and from Jaws, bolt 1 is released 11 turns. And I have a question. So it seems like it popped out probably around 8 or 9 turns, but you still want me to go to 11?
Checking.
On the future ones? Copy.
As Moghbeli works to remove H fixture bolts, O'Hara is working to remove the solar array rotary joint cover.
If the bolt pops out, you can stop turning. We just don't want you to go any more than 11.
Copy.
You can see O'Hara also using the PGT or the pistol grip tool on the right side of your screen. Once she removes this solar array rotary joint cover, she'll be able to access the trundle bearing assembly that she'll remove and replace.
Okay, 8 turns on 2 Bravo, outboard.
Copy 2 Bravo, 8 turns for Laurel.
And from Jaws, Bolt 3 released 11 turns.
Copy 11 turns on the H fixture Bolt 3.
As you know, it's topping out, but it's not quite like the other one. Like, it doesn't seem as fully released as Bolt 1 does.
Okay, we copy.
Bolt 1 is definitely released. Bolt 3 seems like it maybe has another turn on it or something.
Jaws, you are go to put one more turn on it with a PGT. One more turn.
Copy, one more turn. Okay, one more turn on Bolt 3. I think it is actually released.
Okay, good copy, Jaws. And Laurel, if you could pause there, we think you might have been on the cover, the wrong cover. If you're on the left side of that
right.
tether point, that's cover 3, stand by for steps.
Okay, copy. I was just about to ask. I thought I was. What am I doing?
And Laurel, can you let us know how many turns you put on that bolt?
8.
Okay, copy. And no worries. You're go to continue on cover on your cover 2, and we'll have steps later just to retorque that one back down.
Okay. Okay, copy. Okay, and from Jaws, Bolt 2 released 11 turns, still similar to how Bolt 3 did. So I don't know if you want me to put one more turn.
Checking. And you are go for one more turn on Bolt 2. We do copy 11 turns on the H fixture Bolt 2.
For 82, I have all bolts released. It looks like the cover is free.
All right, copy. You are go to temp stow the removed cover out of the way near the ret anchor.
Okay, on Bolt 2, released 1 additional turn. And I don't know, I might just be giving myself extra work. It might have already been released as well.
All right, we copy. And as that cover comes off, Laurel, a reminder, the first thing that we're going to want to do is kind of check for any of that metal flakes or damage to the race ring or anything else that you see as you get your eyes on.
Copy. I have the cover temp stowed on 3864.
Copy, it's tip stowed, and so we'll take next thing a good HECA inspection of the outboard race ring in particular, reporting any metal flakes or damage that you see.
And both 4 released 9 turns.
Copy that 9 turns on bolt 4 and that it's released. You can stow your PGT, and then we're going to attempt to remove that H fixture.
Okay. It didn't just pop off. It did just pop off? It did not. No. I wish. I had a feeling it wouldn't. Okay, PGT and trash bag are stowed. Just try to give it a tug to start.
That's correct. So you can attempt the H fixture removal just by pulling on the tether point.
Copy. And for EV2, I'm not seeing any metal shavings on the race ring. It's kind of hard to tell. It's obviously greasy. And there's a little bit of overflex, but it's not much. Like, it's not like the photo test. I don't sleep.
Okay, that's great news, Laurel. None was expected, and certainly none was hoped for. So you can pre-position the TBA bag bundle for access. Make sure that that's in reach. And we're going to open up the bag TBA labeled degraded and retrieve the French hooks that are on the integral tethers. And while you do that, I'm going to read you a couple of warnings. Note that the sharp edge hazard exists on the bearing package, and so limit contact just to the tether points. And we want to keep the rets and any hardware away from those exposed sarge rings.
And much to my dismay, that did not work.
All right, we copy. So our first step is to use the wedges or the pliers into the H fixture channels.
Copy. Just adjust my position here.
And reminder that those channels are kind of up and down from bolts 1 and 2, closest to you.
Copy.
For Laurel, I'm going to give you these couple prep steps together in case you see stuff in front of you. So we're going to get those French hooks from the bag labeled degraded. We're going to open and prep an EVA wipe.
Okay.
And then we're going to open up the TBA bag and make sure the caps are in reach.
Great. I just dropped the rat on the TBA bag from my mini workstation. Just get close by.
Okay, copy. And just big picture for you.
I think that'll also help keep the. But
okay, yeah, just big picture for you. We're going to do the connectors first, then we're going to install the French hooks, then we're going to use PGT outs. And page 3 of your cup checklist has a drawing of the TBA if you need it for reference. for JAWS is you get out all of the tools there. You can choose whether you want to insert the wedges or the pliers into the H-fixture channels. If you do the wedges, the end of the wedge should go flush with the H-fixture.
Copy.
And you can tend back some of that MLI if you need to.
Okay.
Now that O'Hara has removed the solar array rotary joint cover, she can move on to demating and remating some cables ahead of removing the trundle bearing assembly. Meanwhile, Moghbeli continues to work on removing the H-fixture, having loosened 4 bolts on the fixture itself.
I got the string checks out of the degraded bag.
Copy. And we'll just position so you can grab those when you need them.
Take the next step.
And for Laurel, we will be demating that connector when you are ready.
I'm ready.
All right, we're going to go for the NZGL connector on the inboard receptacle. So that's farthest from you. You go to demate the TBA NZGL connector from the inboard Sarge ring, and then we'll take an inspection of those connections.
Okay, I'm on the inboard L, J15. I am demating.
Copy, and this is the same place that we'll end up remating with the new TBA if you want to make a mental note.
Copy. That's pretty obvious. Right. Okay. Hey, and I see this pin. Sodium I-band, no FOS.
Copy, good.
Receptacle is good as well.
Copy, good inspection. You go to mate the twist cap from the degraded TBA bag to the Sarge NZGL jack, and you can release the RET once it's mated. And just a reminder, we won't be putting a cap on the degraded side.
Copy. How you doing, Laurel? Working on this NZTL cap. That is challenging. Awkward location and a tight fit. How about you? I guess we're working on this H fixture that likes where it's at. Yeah.
Coming up on 1.5 hours into today's spacewalk, Jasmin Moghbeli continues to work on removing the H fixture that will allow for future solar array installation. These were not designed to be removed during spacewalks, however, we've done so successfully a handful of times, so she's troubleshooting.
And there were cheers all over Earth, Jazz.
And confirmation that that H fixture has been removed.
All right, you can stow that H fixture onto the AET by crew log bag T, and then we'll take an inspection of the pad.
Okay, copy. Okay, so it'll probably take me a moment to get this pad cleaned up again. And do I do an inventory of this bag now?
Checking.
No, I need to get back in here for the potentially for the camera, right?
And no need to inventory that one quite yet, Jazz.
Yeah, copy.
And Jazz, as you get everything in there, just a reminder that the next thing you may want out of there is the scoop for CP8, if you want to put that on top.
Okay, copy. And then can you remind me with these caps, I've got it pressed on, but then I need to twist it, right?
It's a counter.
The cap is flush. I don't know if you can get in my.
Yeah, it's a counterclockwise twist.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I have it flush. Okay, so it's on. Can't pull it off.
And it's just kind of best effort. There's no visual indicator of it being on.
Yeah, no, the cap is on.
Okay, then you're going to release that ret, and the ret will just tend back to the bag. And while that tends back to the bag, your next step will be to install one of the French hooks to the bearing package.
O'Hara just installed a cap on a cable she demated.
We'll wait for it to go on. I pushed it on and then twisted it all the way counterclockwise. But these are the feature on the cap that's proud is up against the back. But it is a little wobbly. If you can, I don't know if you can see it in my spectra.
We can. That's a good view of it. We're talking.
To remove the ret. Okay.
And Laurel, we think that's good enough. So as you move the ret, we just say you're going to do that carefully, and then we'll make sure we don't hit that so as not to dislodge it.
Okay, copy. The ret is removed.
Nicely done. So next one will be to install the French hook from the degraded bag onto the bearing package. That's the one that's the bigger one that's closest to you, the gate of the French hook away from the bearing package.
Copy.
For Jaws, when you get everything stowed, big picture for your next steps is going to be an inspection of the pad and a photograph, and then we're going to be stowing and moving on to your survey.
Copy. And I'd like to take a moment to thank your classmate Josh for the tips he gave me. They were definitely helpful. His H fixture lessons learned.
The 8 balls are always here to serve.
Hey, the truck is on the bearing package.
Copy. You can get your PGT ready. We're going to be setting Bravo 2 counter 2. Just a reminder that the Bravo 2 torque setting can cause a bolt failure on bolt 3, which could result in a non-captive sharp edge. So we'll just use the same care that we did before. So Bravo 2 counter 2.
Okay.
O'Hara is going to use her pistol grip tool again to release 3 bolts.
Just a reminder for you, Laurel, this is going to be kind of an iterative bolt release on bolts 3, 2, and 1.
Copy. And we're not putting the French hook on the mount package yet. Is that correct?
That's correct. Not quite yet.
Or
We think
to put that on as well?
No, not quite yet. We'll do that one in a little bit. We think it'll get in the way. So once you have Bravo 2 counter 2 on bolt 3, we're going to go exactly 1 turn. Actually, on each of them, bolt 3 first, exactly 1 turn.
Okay, I've got Bravo 2 counter 2.
Counter 2.
3.
Counter 2. Bravo 2 counter 2.
Yep,
And we're about 20.
Counter 2 set, and then.
Good read. And you're going to go exactly 1 turn. We're about to go into a handover, but you're going to do 1 turn on bolts 3, then 1, then 2. 3, 1, 2.
Copy. Copy 3, 1, 2. I have my cuff checklist open as well. And I'm taking photos.
Copy, Joes.
And just as expected, we are in a tracking data and relay satellite system handover, which we will regain shortly for communications with the crew. Again, Spacewalk started at 7:05 a.m. Central Time this morning. Jasmin Moghbeli has successfully removed the H fixture where a future International Space Station rollout solar array will be installed in the future. And Laurel O'Hara is working on removing a degraded trundle bearing assembly. This helps facilitate the rotation of solar arrays. Just before the handover, O'Hara was using the pistol grip tool to release 3 bolts on the TBA, the trundle bearing assembly.
Copy.
Once that trundle bearing assembly is removed, she will...
It looks like they are all recessed. I don't see much sod, maybe a tiny bit on what would have been 3. I think it's within what was in the expected picture, so it looks good to me. And I've also taken some photos, but you probably want more.
We always take more photos. We appreciate the report. When you're complete with that GSC pad, we'll take a glove and hap inspection and moving on to the survey. We're going to basically be moving over to the left side.
Okay, copy. Gloves, half is dry, gloves didn't work. Gloves are good for EV1.
Copy, good glove and hat for Jas.
Jasmin Moghbeli confirms a good glove and hat or helmet absorption pad check.
And alert for EV2. Got my safety feather come up into my website. I'm going to get that clear.
Copy.
The glove and hat check is done for each crew member after completion of tasks.
Status on which bolts you were able to get a turn on.
Just 3 so far.
Copy, 1 turn on bolt 3 for the TBA. For Jas, I'll just give you some words as you get ready to move. We'll be stowing stowing that crew lock bag on your BRT as you're doing. And then I think you're familiar with the 5 spots that we want to get photos. There's a chance you could reach over and get that center pad from where you're at if you have the reach. And then we're going to do the sob bearings on the on the bottom of the mass canister, and then the GSE pad that's just on the opposite of where you were working. So it kind of in whatever order makes sense. And good HECA surveys and photos of each of those.
Okay, copy.
Also, one note for you, Jas, as you move to the outboard side of that mass canister, you may be toward the end of your safety tether reach. And so as you translate around the inside when able.
Or on the inside. Okay, copy. And then I'm going to take a minute and reset here. I keep pulling my safety tether up into the work site. So you just figure out those better position right now.
Okay, good call, Laurel. And just a reminder, we want to try to keep the PGT clear of those race rings.
Yeah, I see. Okay, and I've got that crew lock bag. I'll head over to the other side.
We copy.
A great view of both astronauts outside at their respective workstations. Down at the bottom right, with the red stripes around the bottom of her spacesuit, is NASA's Jasmin Moghbeli. She's EV1 today. On the left, with no stripes on the suit, is Loral O'Hara, who is EV2. Again, both spacewalkers on their first expedition outside the hatch today.
And Jaws, before you leave that work site, we just want you to double check that all of the MLI is tacked down to its original location around the H fixture, please.
Yeah, it is not. Thank you. Okay, MLI is back.
Copy, thank you. And Laurel, we see you going.
I have a hard time getting my PRT. It's good enough to hold my body. What?
Copy. Yeah, we see you going for bolt 1.
Yeah, I couldn't get mine nearly as rigid as I wanted either, Will. After bolt 3, correct?
And Laurel, just so we're tracking.
Okay, and can you see the left?
So for Laurel, could you just clarify it's just the body position, or are you having issues with any of the bolts?
I'm not having issues with the bolts, yeah. I'm just trying to get my BRT into a position where it's stabilizing me.
Copy, I understand.
Having a hard time getting it rigid enough where, yeah. And then I also have my safety tether that wants to spring back on my face. So I think I need to do that as well.
Copy. And would it help it to route the safety tether around kind of the outboard of the BRT to help hold it down?
The safety tether? Yeah. I will do that. And Anne, whenever you get a chance, can you see the GSC pad and go?
Yes, that is a good view. And for big picture, we're talking about the TBA task here, and we think that 4 hands are going to be better than 2. So Jaws, what we're going to have you do is suspend the survey at the moment, and we're going to have you translate back the way that you came out so that you're just zenith of Laurel. And we think that you can get into a good position either on that 3866 handrail or just zenith of her, wherever you think is good to assist her with kind of handing tools back and forth and managing that bag.
Okay, copy.
And Jazz, we are not planning on coming back out to this. If you happen to translate by some sob and want to look at it with your camera, we'll take it. But other than that, we'll get you moving back into Laurel.
Okay, and the sob's kind of on the other side, correct?
Yeah, they're kind of at the base. If they're not in your translation path, then you don't need to go find them.
Okay, copy. Was there kind of a recommended body positioning to do these bolts, like as far as which way I'm oriented, or is it just Another choice here. Let's see if I can do it.
Yes, we had originally looked at with feet outboard, kind of where you're at, and making sure also that you're rigidizing the base of your BRT. I think I saw you go for it, but that kind of where it attaches to your mini workstation, make sure those are also rigidized. You could potentially also try to go from face one in the seat-to-hand rail.
They are. Okay, I thought about that as well.
Yeah, the other way, if your feet go zenith, then the BRT is kind of off to your left side, which may also work.
Even with it, I've got it fully rigidized, and I just kind of move. As soon as I put the PVC on the bolt, it just slowly away.
And if this one doesn't work, we can also look at if there's a twist in your BRT, it won't rigidize properly. As Jazz gets over to you, we could have her actually position on face one to see if she could help you from the other side, or if she could get a better grip on the PGT from the seat side.
Okay, I'm coming over to you, Laurel. Copy. So the ball stack looks pretty good. My command fairlead is removed.
Copy, the fairlead's removed, Jaws.
I'm passing the radiator now. See.
And Laurel, can you confirm that that PGT torqued on bolt one?
I have, it did. I didn't get one turn on it, but I have a green light and actual torque says 13.8.
Okay, so understand on bolt one that you did not get one turn?
Not one full turn. Okay, I've got a local down on just zenith of you, Laurel. Copy. My camera's hot here. Let me go get that.
Okay, and Laurel, we understand that
I'm getting my visor up for night.
That the PGT on Bravo 2 did not give you one turn for bolt one. So your go to set Bravo 5, counter 2 for bolt 1, 1 turn.
Okay, copy. I'm going to need those settings again, though.
No problem. Just let me know when you like them.
And Laurel, just for your essay, I got my logo on the same handrail that your bag is there too. Okay. I come down like inboard of Laurel, you think? Or stay up here, do you know?
So a couple of options on how you guys want to attack the work site. I think see Laurel moving inboard to see if she can get some more stability on the side of the seat of handrail. So you could stay zenith of her to manage the bags and passing things back and forth if she can get into a good stable position. Just let us know where you prefer, Laurel.
We're in another satellite handover with the International Space Station and the TDRS, the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System. We do have audio communications with the crew, just awaiting to regain video. At the meantime, the International Space Station is in an orbital nighttime.
See the BRT with this S turn in it. Just, can I just kind of... Yeah, can you like half a second? Yeah. Sure. Okay. I have the PGT. It's such a simple setup, but very different. I can let you know if at any point I can like try to push you in or something. Or maybe crank on my BRT, although I think I'm setting it all the way down. You know. I feel like I have been really tight and it still wasn't holding me. But I can maybe try to hold you.
So the other thing we were just discussing, it's up to you where you think the positioning will be best. But Jaws, if you want to go to where Laurel was, just outboard, and see if you can get into a stable position. We could have you drive those bolts if you can get if either of you can get into a stable position.
And we're the 1, 2, 3 bolts, correct? Right here. Yeah.
Yeah, affirm for Jaws.
Okay.
It's 1 is the furthest outboard, 2 is the middle, and then 3 is the furthest inboard.
Okay. Oh, Laurel, hang on. Oh, my, you're above me? Yeah. Well, I can move if you want. I just need to do my defector. I'm just thinking. We've got tethers. This is the PGT. Oh, okay.
Rather than working on an Ethernet cable on twist, Moghbeli is now assisting O'Hara in removing the trundle bearing assembly.
Yeah. And the other thing I was thinking was to go seat zenith and BRT 3865. Yeah. But what I'm finding is if you go BRT straight, if you BRT the jaws on the wide part of the handrail, you end up kind of far away. Then I had an F in my BRT, which I think is why it's not rigidizing, and can chime in here. Okay, as much as it could. If you want to take the PCT and I'll try that? Yeah. Okay. Let me know when you're ready for it. Okay, let me get mine down here. So what's the setting on the PCT for this?
So, Jaws, just to orient you to the bolts, right now what we're trying to do is get 1 turn on bolts 3 and then 1 and then 2. Laurel was successfully able to do bolt 3. For bolt 1, the planned torque was not enough. So we're currently in the crib sheet for bolt 1, and so the settings are Bravo 5, counter 2, and we're looking for 1 turn exactly on bolt 1, the middle bolt. Correction, the most inboard bolt.
Okay, copy. So it's not inboard.
Sorry, outboard bolt.
Okay.
It is labeled.
Or outboard? Outboard. Okay,
It's the one that's labeled 1.
Yes, I see it. That works. You want me to move over? Can you pull me back a second? Actually, I can. Let me get out of your way. Let me just try this one more time from here. Once you take the PGT, I'll hold you too. I mean, I don't know how much that'll help, but yeah, it can't hurt. Right there. Okay, here's the PGT. Okay, and then wait till I get your back. We know when you're in position. Performance is sorry. Swing away a little bit. Okay, I'll get my hand at your back. Alright. Okay, I'm helping you. And I've got just to check Bravo 5 counter 2.
That's correct on bolt 1.
Bolt 1, correct? You see bolt 1. Okay, that turned. Nice. You want us to do 1 full turn at that torque?
Affirmative, 1 turn.
The crew members are able to see how many turns have been accomplished on the PGT, the pistol grip tool. They can also change the settings as requested. That's why you hear calls like Alpha 1 and Clockwise 2.
And you can see the... Yeah, I can tell you when you're a corner. Okay, ready? Stop. Okay, 1 turn on bolt 1.
All right, nicely done, you guys. We can reset Bravo 2, counter 2, Bravo 2, counter 2, and you can do bolt 2, 1 turn.
Copy.
In order to keep from turning with the pistol grip tool in microgravity, the crew members need some stability. So Moghbeli has offered to provide that for O'Hara.
Okay, I'll get your back. It's not turning. Did that turn? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Nice. 1 turn on bolt 2. That 1 turn easy.
Okay, copy. And just for Jaws, you know what to expect. It's a little bit of an iterative release with different settings and different bolts. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to set Alpha 6, counter 2, Alpha 6, counter 2. And we're going to release bolt 3 again, exactly 1 turn. And just note, this does not release it fully yet. We just want 1 more turn on bolt 3.
Alpha. I don't remember.
Alpha 6.
Sorry.
Alpha 6, counter 2, and we're going to release Bolt 3 exactly 1 turn. Alpha 6, counter 2.
Copy. Okay, 1 turn. Now, can you count the 10? 5. If you move your, yeah. You can say 6. Okay, go. Ready? Yeah. Turn. Okay, 1 turn on 3.
Copy, 1 turn on Bolt 3. So, Jazz, you can reset the PGT to Bravo 2, counter 2. For Loral, we lost your heck if you don't mind resetting your button, and then we're also due for a glove check for Loral. Again, for the PGT, Bravo 2, counter 2.
You're late. Yeah, I've got. You okay with me pushing your button, Will? I am. Okay, I see the green light.
Okay, we copied green light, and for Loral, we'll need a glove check also.
And I've got nominal gloves and a dry hat.
Copy, thank you. So for the next thing, we're going to be releasing Bolt 1, set Bravo 2, counter 2.
Okay, Bravo 2, counter 2 is set. Releasing Bolt 1, 1 turn.
Bolt 1 is actually going to go 6 to 8 turns until it free spins.
Okay, copy. Okay, it's on, and I can check. Ready? Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 more. 6. That's 6 to 8 turns till it free spins. Oh, they just free spinning yet. Oh, sorry, I thought you said 6. Yep, okay, I'll count. 7, 8. Okay, it doesn't look like it's loose yet. No, it doesn't.
Okay, we understand 8 turns and that it's not free spinning yet.
No, it is not. It's definitely releasing, but it's not, yeah.
Checking.
Sorry, man. Hold on, I'm just going to move a little. Hit you. Let me go for the. Oh, sorry. Okay, I'll let you go.
All right, you guys are go to continue releasing Bolt 1 until it free spins.
Okay, copy, copy.
Now 2 hours and 5 minutes since today's spacewalk began. Both O'Hara and Moghbeli are working on removing the trundle bearing assembly, a degraded unit that O'Hara will then replace later in the spacewalk.
Ready? Nine, 10, 11, 12. How's that look? It doesn't, I mean, as far as I can tell, it's not 370. 13. No, I think it is. Yeah, give me 1 second. Sorry, Laurel, I didn't mean to push you. Okay, I got it. Okay.
Okay, and we think that might be free spinning. It doesn't have like a nice reassuring pop out like other bolts. So we're going to move on to Bolt 2. And reminder that releasing Bolt 2, the draw bolt, releases the preload arm until the arm swings open. So you can set Bravo 2, counter 2. And we're going to go to Bolt 2.
Copy.
And it will also free spin upon release about 14 turns. And you can expect that
We're still Bravo 2?
Bravo 2, counter 2.
Counter 2.
And you can expect the bearing package will move away from the Sarge and the mount.
Great, copy. Ready, Jazz? Great, I'm ready. 1, 2, 3.
This is the second bolt being fully released. After the next one, the crew member should be able to remove the trundle bearing assembly itself.
7, 8. I think that might be free spinning. It's really hard to say from here, but if I push you down, can you get your finger on it? Does it seem?
You can also check that preload arm.
I don't think, I'm not sure one is fully free spinning.
Copy checking.
Jazz, can I hit, sorry. Yeah. Yeah. 1 second. Okay, I've got it. I'm just going to bring myself over here. Okay, I'll try to get that here away. There, that one is, yeah. I don't know. I can't really call either of them free spinning, but I think it moves. 2 is looser. 3 is, I can't even wiggle the bolt, if you can see that.
Can you tell if the preload arm swung open? That's that arm on the back side of it.
It does look like it is open.
We're talking about it.
It's still being...
Okay, so for bolt 2, we're going to have you re-engage with Bravo 2, counter 2, and you can release that probably about 5 more turns. And reminder that we should be able to pull that bearing package off via the tether point if that's released.
Okay, copy. Bravo 2. Yeah, Bravo 2, counter 2.
Bravo 2, counter 2, correct.
Oh, yeah, counter 2. Bolt 2. Yeah, I've got good eyes on. Yeah. They must have, my PGT turned off, I think. Bravo 2, counter 2. Yeah, I can see. Ready? Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I think now it is. I think it's yeah. You want me to get the PGT or you going it? So actually this is going to go back into one of those bags over there. Oh, the PGT does? Yep. No, the bearing package. Oh, the bearing. Okay. I can stow the PGT on my swing arm.
Yep, so we'll stow the PGT, and then we're going to pull that bearing package off. Reminder to keep the hand away from the grease that's on the bearings on that outboard race ring. And we're going to stow that degraded bearing package back into the TBA bag labeled degraded. And while you're in there, you can retrieve the other French hook for the mount package.
want to be for? Yes. Okay, yeah, I see it degraded. So, here, Jazz. You can pull it off and get it in there, or I can pull it off and if I hold the bag open, maybe? Yeah.
And Laura, for Jaws, if you're handling the bearing package, just a reminder, we just want to handle that by the tether point. There's a lot of greasy and sharp areas on it.
Yeah, I'll try to let Laurel handle it mostly. So I hold the bag. Okay, I'm putting my hanger. Great. Okay, bag. Now we need this other point. This one. I'm pulling it. No. Oh, that one. Got this one. Okay, copy. Now, can you just close the Velcro on that? On this one? On that bag, yeah, absolutely. And you can let go of the bag.
See if we can grab that other French hook from the bag to install in the mount package.
Closed. Have it in my hand. Got it.
All right, nicely done, you guys. So French hook onto the mount package tether point is the next step.
Get out of your way. Complete.
And for awareness, we're just over 2 hours in. We're about an hour down on the timeline, but we're happy as we make progress on this highly important TBA task.
Copy. Okay, we're ready for bolt 3.
Okay, copy. Sorry, the French hook is on the mount package tether point?
Confirm.
Okay, so you can set your PGT to alpha 6 counter 2, alpha 6 counter 2. Reminder not to push in when you're doing this bolt number 3 because that can cause some side mounting on the clamp leg. So as we release bolt 3, that clamp leg will come open. You're going to go alpha 6 counter 2 and release bolt 3 fully. It should be approximately 4 turns.
Copy 4 turns, alpha 6 counter 2. Well, let me know if you want me to push in your back or not. Okay, I think I'm fine. Okay. Did you not? Okay. And there's 4 turns. And the bolt popped up.
Copy. So while holding,
Then I need to push it down to release the.
Yep, good memory. So while holding the mount package tether point, you can press on bolt 3 with the hand or the PGT to open that clamp leg. And then we're going to very carefully remove that mount from the race ring using the tether point and stow it in that same degraded bag.
I use my hand, actually. What? I said I'm going to use my hand. Okay. Cool. Okay, the out package is off the next race ring.
Copy, nicely done. We can stow that back into the degraded bag And we're going to close up that TBA bag labeled degraded using the Velcro liner. And reminder, we're not going to be opening that one again until it gets to the ground, actually.
Almost 2 hours and 20 minutes into today's spacewalk, the degraded trundle bearing assembly has been removed. O'Hara will now move into some tasks to lubricate that area before installing a new trundle bearing assembly.
Parts of the degraded TBA are in the degraded bag in the back. Velcro closed.
Okay, copy. We'll take a glove check from you both, and while you're checking your gloves thoroughly, I'll give you some big picture words. We like the way you're working together at this work site. The next step is going to be to do the lubing. We think that this is probably a one-person task since there's no PGT ops. So we're thinking that Jaws could move up to CP8. You're still close by while Loral works this lubing task. But if you feel strongly that 4 hands are going to make that task more successful, then we'll take your recommendation on that.
Loral, you let me know what you think. Yeah, I think lubing is probably just a one-person job. And it might be easier to move around a little bit more. Yeah, and I won't be far if you do decide to move back. Okay, so I'll head to CP8. I'll get cleaned up and head there. Okay. And for gloves, I just have some black and yellow scuffs, but otherwise they look good.
And can you say that again, Jaws, for the something on your gloves?
Just some black and yellow scuffs. They look like scuff marks, but the gloves are good. It's just on the outside of the RTV. I don't know if you could see it in my camera or not.
Okay, we understand just some discolored scuff marks for your gloves. Okay, and you can start heading up to
EV.
Go ahead for Laurel.
You can go ahead. I was going to get my glove report. Yeah, go for it. I'm set. Make sure I'm not untangled from all this. Nominal gloves for EV2. Same, just a little bit of grease on the right glove.
Okay, copy. So Laura, you can get into position for the for lubing the outboard race ring. And Jaws, you can start moving up to the CP8 work site. Reminder, I think you've stowed that crew lock bag P. If you think you might want the round scoop, you may want to grab it as you go by.
Okay, copy.
Big picture for the lubing.
Laurel, I might have you just take a quick look at me before I head out. I think I might be making sure I'm untangled from yours. But I think I am. Okay, actually I am good. You good, Jess? I'm good. Yep, I can see I'm clear. Okay. Did you have some words? You handled it?
Again, 2 hours and 20 minutes since we've started today's spacewalk. So far, Jasmin Moghbeli has removed the H fixture, which allows for future iROSA addition. That's a new rollout solar array.
Okay. Have you...
The team ran into some difficulty removing the degraded trundle bearing assembly, but that has been successfully accomplished as well.
And Laurel, we see you kind of back into the original config with feet outboard. Is that correct?
Okay. Can I just, Laurel, can you just look, is my face each other behind my legs? It is, yeah, it looks like it's between your legs right now. Okay, which way do I need to go? Let's see. It's streaming basically straight back, like in line with your body. So if you just go the legs up and then rotate your body, if you need to go a little farther, which side do you want it to be on? Well, it's coming off my left side. So there, did it fall under now? Yeah. So now your safety tether is across your body. Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
O'Hara was helping Moghbeli configure her tether properly as Moghbeli heads out to work on a Ethernet cable untwisting task. Meanwhile, O'Hara is preparing for her next task. She'll be applying some lubricant to that trundle bearing assembly area.
For you are going to be to prepare the work site for the lubing by retrieving and positioning dry wipes and temp sewing both grease guns to where you can get them.
Copy.
And the first one that you'll want in your hand is the J-hook grease gun.
The J-hook. I'm back at my fair lead, which I will leave in place.
Okay, copy that you're at 3681 at your fair lead. So we're going to be assessing that work site, assessing the cables for the pictures that I'm sure you remember. If you need some translation aid out on the TVCIC, you can take that round scoop.
Okay, copy.
And we're just going to be trying to align that cable so that the cable travels straight along the stanchion.
Okay, I'm going to fill my bag. I will, it's right here, so I'm going to leave the round scoop for a moment while I assess.
Copy, and we're hoping that just a twist on that cable is sufficient.
For me, both. All right, I've got a wipe ready, and I've got the grease gun ready.
All right, copy.
J-hook.
Awesome. Reminder
now
that
I will leave the straight grease. I'll leave the straight line in the bag for now.
Okay, that works. Reminder that the grease will flow as soon as the shutoff knob is rotated, so you've got your dry wipe ready, and that the grease is probably going to sputter and pop. You do have steps for using and safing the gun on 4. I can read these through to you each time, or you can do them on your own once we do them the first time. So the first thing on the J-hook grease gun, you're going to engage the teeth by rotating the plunger 180 degrees so the black triangle's up. Remove the MLI tip cover. Rotate the hinge restraint ring.
I'm thinking about just doing kind of a test placement before I actually start flowing grease. How does that sound?
We like that plan. And we want to especially prioritize. We especially want to prioritize that area where the TBA is going to, where it just came off of, and where it'll go back onto.
Okay. Try and get a feel for what kind of angle.
And there is some Velcro on that cap if you want to tack it down to the side of the gun so it's not in your way as much.
This view from O'Hara's helmet camera showcases one of two grease guns she'll be using.
So we're looking to hopefully just roll the excess toward the racetrack so that it aligns. And if you look up, you can kind of see the camera hood, and the issue that we've been having is we think that that camera hood has been catching on the cable excess, so that's what we're going to try to fix.
Okay, copy.
Meanwhile, Jasmin Moghbeli is going to be working with this Ethernet cable to tie that closer to the International Space Station structure.
How does that look in the camera?
And so, Laurel, if you pick up the back end of the grease gun so that the flat part of the J-hook is on top of that race ring. And just so you know, we just lost KU for a sec.
Yeah, so what I have is the flat part.
Yeah, so the handle is probably going to be a little bit up from where it was when we lost the camera. But yeah, the flat part of the inside of the J is on the flat part of the flat surface, and then that hook will just kind of go right in there.
We are in another satellite handover. Obviously, we have audio communication with the crew and will regain video communication shortly. Again, both crew members have split up and are working on separate tasks now. It's been 2 hours and 30 minutes since today's spacewalk began. Jasmin Moghbeli has removed the H fixture.
Back with you after handover. If you're comfortable with your position, then you're go to rotate the shutoff knob such that the flow is pointing toward the nozzle, and then you can go ahead and grease that inner canted surface. Reminder, we're looking for about 3 clicks, and then you can pull that the J-hook off and make sure that you got a grease smear on the inside of it.
Okay, copy. And are you expecting it to just flow and then stop flowing, or it's going to flow and start and keep flowing? That makes sense.
Each click will give you a certain amount of flow, and then it should stop.
Okay. And let me know when you've got a second.
And go ahead, Jaws, just so you're both aware, we have no camera, but we got you on audio.
Oh, okay, I was going to ask you a camera question. What's the bend radius on this cable? Minimum bend radius?
Checking.
Speaking with the crew members here on the ground is NASA astronaut Ann McLean, today's ground divee. She's the single point of contact during the spacewalk to O'Hara and Moghbeli to ensure communication remains streamlined as they work through our tasks.
Copy, we understand no grease flowing. If you just take a look at it, double check that the black triangle's up. Your tip cover's off, the hinge restraint ring is rotated, and then that shutoff knob is, so the flow is pointing toward the nozzle.
O'Hara is working to grease the solar array rotary joint, or the SARJ, where the trundle bearing assembly was just removed.
Squeeze the trigger and release a little bit of grease until you see it come out, and you can squeeze that into a wipe.
Yeah, that's what I did. That's how I figured out no grease flows, and then I pulled the trigger and I'm not getting any grease.
Checking.
After this worksite is lubricated, she'll then install a new trundle bearing assembly.
Okay, I got some grease going.
Okay, we copy. Yeah, we were going to have you manipulate the triangle in the back, but if you have a good flow, then we're happy with that.
And if you could just let me know when you get video back.
Copy, not quite yet. It'll be about 2 minutes, Charles.
Okay, copy. Maybe I'll just put this in place and then you can look.
As today's spacewalkers continue their tasks, we are coming up on a major milestone tomorrow when the International Space Station celebrates 23 years of continuous human presence.
And am I greasing the entire length of exposed race ring?
Affirmative, Laurel, all of the exposed side.
With 23 years of continuous human presence in space, that means if you are under 23 years old, there has never been a day in your life that all humans have been on planet Earth.
And Jaws, the bend radius is about 3 inches on that cable. We do have your video back. We see you on the race ring.
Okay, so if I were to, it goes on the outside of this other cable. If I were to put a wire tie down here and pin it there, I pin it down here where my thumb is, I'm pointing, then that's what, if you can see the top, that looks good to me.
We see that. We are checking. Yeah, we have a good view of that. Thanks. And we are talking about it.
Okay. I don't know if it would be better for me to demate and remate it.
And we're talking about the slack, but there needs to be slack so that it can pan and tilt still.
Okay.
And
yeah, it just, so when I let it go, so it's definitely straighter. If you can see when I let it go after having undone the twist, it does bounce back a bit. So this is the hands off of it. It still looks like the hook is mostly in line with the stanchion. I don't know if that's...
Okay, we understand that report and the hook. We're talking about it.
Okay.
They're just talking about it because they're expecting a little bit of a loop at the top, so stand by one.
Yeah.
And Jaws, if you can, we're wondering if you can go up the stanchion a little bit, not past the TVCIC, but a little bit closer so we can get a better view of kind of the outboard end of the cable and the hook, French hook. And Laurel, we see you greasing away.
So I gave it 3 clicks and ran it length of the race ring. I definitely got the part where the GA mounts better. I think I'm good with the J, but if you guys agree.
Yeah, we agree. We can.
I gave it 3 trigger clicks.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, we like that. That's great. And we notice your gloves are still white. Nicely done. So you can clean that nozzle with a dry wipe. And then we're going to rotate the black triangle down. And the shut-off knob so that flow is perpendicular to the nozzle.
Totally unscathed. I do have 1 grease mark on my wrist.
Well, I still got a happy team down here with that grease job. Nicely done.
Well done, Laurel.
So we're going to rotate the black triangle down, the shut-off knob so that it's perpendicular, and then you're going to rotate the hinge restraint ring and put the tip cover back on.
Copy.
Good words coming here from Ann McLean in Mission Control Houston.
You can get her helpful.
Okay, yeah, the problem is without demating and remating or getting rid of the slack, it kind of just pops back up a bit. So I can put it down. But
We are looking and talking about it, Jaws.
that would give you the, you can see the French hook right now. That's where it's sitting naturally.
Copy. We're looking. We don't have a great view of the French hook. If you could look a little bit more outward.
Okay, let me know when you see it.
Yeah, we see it. We see the French hook kind of facing port.
This view from Moghbeli's helmet camera as she works to reduce some of the slack on this cable and more closely secure it to the International Space Station.
Kind of how you want it, correct?
Yeah, we're looking at getting a little straighter through there, but so that it's not pulling so port on the French hook. They're talking about it.
In the background of Moghbeli's helmet camera, the International Space Station is flying 259 statute miles over the Gulf of Mexico.
Twist on the cable.
The wire tie, you mean? Or actually physically twisting
Just
the
physically
cable?
twisting the cable.
Yeah, I did, but maybe let me do 1 more.
Yes, you are going to do 1 more. And Laurel, I see you've got the straight end grease gun. All right, let me know when you're ready for steps.
I am, and just a quick question. Can I use the same EVA wipe that I used for the J-hook?
Yes.
I don't have a lot of grease on it.
Yes, that looks great. Since you were so clean, you can go to use that one again. So we can prep the straight nozzle grease gun. And so you're going to...
Okay, I don't need steps.
Perfect.
Yeah, and the problem is if I release it, it goes right back. And if I tie it down, then there's not a lot of slack.
Copy, we see that. Talking about it. And for Laurel, when that gun is ready, you're going to be greasing the outer canted surface and the datum A, that flat surface. Also about 3 clicks with the gun trigger, prioritizing where the PBAs would be installed, but greasing that whole exposed surface if you can.
Okay, copy, and that's 3 clicks on it. item A and 3 clicks on the outer scan.
That is correct.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Or 3 clicks total.
3 on each.
Yeah, and maybe if I demade it and remade it.
We're talking, Jaws. All right, Jazz, we talked about it. So big picture, we don't want there to be any forces on that French hook, as you know. So you are go to demate the cable, and we think you may need to like pre-put a twist in before you remate it. The intent being that the cable travels along the stanchion and that there's no forces imparted on the French hook like it is right now.
Okay, copy. Go to demate.
And to clarify, we think that the twist will be closer to where the French hook is.
But I'm demating from right here, correct?
And Laurel, you were asking about clicks. The official answer is more grease is better. So if you put a little extra on, that is quite all right.
Okay. I don't know if you can see in my Hecka, but I definitely, I think, have it up grease on.
Yep, it's a little shaded, but that's a good view, and so you're going to go for the outer canted surface.
Okay, is that sufficient for the inner surface?
It's shaded, so we can't see it, so we'll take your judgment.
Okay, all right. And I just want to confirm after the last comment you made, I'm demating here at the base, correct?
That is correct, Jaws.
Copy.
And Laurel, no action required, just for your awareness. Your Hecka is getting a little warm, so as expected, we're going to turn it off right now so that we can get your view back when we go to bolts. But you are going to continue the greasing.
Okay, copy. I need to stop and turn it off.
No action. No action from you. We can do it from the ground. No need to do anything.
Oh, copy. Copy. I've got a nice line of grease down on both those surfaces.
That's excellent. Thanks, Laurel. You can go ahead and safe that straight nozzle grease gun. And once that's safed, your next steps are going to be to stow the grease gun back between the TBA bags and then use a dry wipe as required to clean up your suit and any tools.
NASA astronaut Laurel O'Hara has completed the lubrication of that solar array rotary joint area where the trundle bearing assembly was removed.
Say that again, Joss?
Any tips for a stuck NZGO?
Copy. If that's been in the sun, try shading it for about 10 seconds and trying it again, and we'll get other steps. And Jaws, can you give us any words? Has it moved at all, or is it kind of stuck in its original position?
Yes. It has moved. I just can't get it over center.